space. I wanted to just acknowledge the amount we are paying of our invoices in the 14 days, because this is one of the clear measures of us supporting our community, along with the local buy, which again we're just shy of 60% at 59%, some $14 million. But to actually pay our invoices within the terms for March of 81%, 5,100 invoices within that term is extraordinary in its own right, just from a processing perspective. Are you finding feedback from customers that this is something that they have been very supportive of, given cash flow issues for business generally over time? Is this something that we should consider as a more permanent fixture for the organisation?
So this was initially one of our pandemic response initiative to pay local suppliers 14 days date of invoice. And we've done a bit of benchmarking, and there isn't another local government paying as quickly as we are. So we're saying date of invoice, not even receipt of goods. So the invoice could be issued, the goods could be in transit. So this is an enormous stretch target that we've set ourselves. But certainly our community are commenting on it and are acknowledging what we're doing in this way to support local suppliers.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for those comments.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Anne-Marie. I just wanted to talk about the 13.76% as well of vacancies or permanent staff turnover. Now that we're interviewing all staff who leave, can you advise, A, if they're provided with a safe environment, so just so we can understand how they do their exit interview, but also are you finding or identifying any consistent patterns in why staff are leaving, please?
So I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Any further questions?
I have one yet.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you. Through you to Anne-Marie. Thanks, Anne-Marie. I heard your comments just now about other councils. No one's doing it to the same extent that Toowoomba Regional Councillors with the invoices and the terms of payment. And I think that Toowoomba Regional Council is doing a fantastic job. Just to bring to your attention, though, that Brisbane City Council has a 7-day payment promise, and I wonder then, the question is it even a remote possibility that would be something that Toowoomba Regional Council could consider?
And so I'll have to follow up with that question, because we actually did contact Brisbane to find out their payment terms. So they're paying 7 days date of invoice?
Yeah, 7 days payment commitment, and that was announced in February of this year.
Yeah, so a 7-day payment commitment, is that receipt of goods? So I'd have to get a little bit more clarity around what a 7-day payment commitment. So we know with a 7-day date of invoice, there's no ambiguity around that target. It's the actual and it's very easy to track it. But a 7-day commitment, I'm not really sure what that means, but I'm happy to follow that one up. The 14 days is an enormous stretch target for us without the centralised procurement being finalised. But certainly as we move towards bringing those last couple of branches into the centralised hub, it'll become easier to reach that 14 days.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. As everybody said, I think the cash flow is very important and helpful for businesses. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to comment on the local supplier spend March 2022 and 59%. And I think that's an amazing also, along with the early payment of accounts. I think, our local suppliers should be quite satisfied that we're doing everything we can to help them. And I think a 59% local spend with our budget is, I think we should be very, very satisfied with that and very proud that we're doing that to help our local people. And I think that's the sort of thing that councils can do, and we can't be all things to all people, but that is amazing to be able to spend 59% of our supply money here in our own community. So congratulations to the team.
Thank you. I'll pass that one on.
Thanks very much. That's a good comment, I think. Now, in terms of our job vacancies, you were talking before about, 190 or so people
Yes.
vacant? That must be having quite an impact on delivery.
It certainly is, yes. Across the board with particular capital projects.
Any further questions? If not, would someone then like to move the receipt of the Finance and Business Strategy Report, please? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried. Hand over now to the CEO, Brian, for his monthly report for April 2022.
Good morning, councillors. You have the report before you. You can take it as read, but there's a couple of highlights I'd just like to point out. Obviously, last Wednesday we had the vote for both the office-based and field-based staff agreements for enterprise bargaining. I'm very pleased to announce, and you've been previously advised that in relation to the field-based staff, we had 70% of the staff vote, of which 74% accepted it. So we only needed 50% plus one to get across, so that was accepted. And the office-based staff, we had 83% of our people who could vote, and of those, 92% accepted the EBA. So it's a great result. I think it's a very fair result to the organisation and to our staff, and it was all within the financial sustainability parameters that Council set initially. So I'd just like to thank, obviously, our negotiation team that was involved in the fairly long process to do that, but also the unions for negotiating through this process. But at the end of the day, I think we've got a very good result for the organisation and for the community. And there's another issue there on cyber security, which was just about making sure that we have appropriate resources in place to manage any cyber security threats that we may be having to the organisation, and beefing up the resources in that particular part of the council to ensure that we're doing everything we can to avoid intrusions into our systems. If there's any questions, happy to take them.
Any questions, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, followed
Thanks,
by
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Shine.
Brian, I was just curious in terms
Councillor
of the EBA. This has taken longer than it has normally, has it, or roughly about the same? Or?
They can take this long. They can take. We would have much hoped that they would have been resolved much quicker, but it did take some time. But in the past, some I've been involved in have taken a considerable amount of time to get to this point in time. But
I guess I was just curious about maybe, lessons learned, or, how we can do things better to get a result
We will be doing that internally ourselves. We'll do a debrief as to are there any lessons learned that we can manage the process so that we get a quicker outcome in relation to all parties. But it can be an involved process because we've got multiple unions that are involved in it. So as you're aware, before we can go to a vote, we need their approval to allow us to actually get to that point in time. So getting all the unions on board is a difficult process and takes a lot of negotiation, and hence it does take time and a lot of concentrated effort. But I think at the end of the day, it was a great result.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. So thank you. And that there's the back pay from when it was first started to be negotiated is all going to...
That's right.
Yeah, go ahead, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Shine.
No, thanks. Just in relation to the cyber security threat, I take it that this is a new position, a dedicated position, no other responsibilities other than this, or how did we manage it before?
I think it wasn't particularly concentrated with one person's responsibility so we've basically beefed up the resources that are available through that one person coordinating all of that, just to make sure that there is one person who's basically across all of the relevant issues and up to date with best practice, I suppose, as to how we manage our cyber security.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, and my comment is on the same, Brian. I think this is a good step forward, but I mean, how can any of us sit on our hands and say this is going to do it? Because I mean, I guess there's still things happening all over in local government, and I read somewhere the other day in another state that there's still fractures, I suppose, to process. And that's what it always is, thinking about our own situation here a few years ago when we were very fortunate that we had a process in place. But, you know, I guess that it can't be reiterated enough that everyone, there's only one little weak link in the chain that needs to perhaps not observe process. But I suppose that this is, again, to take as long as a piece of string, because it's like lots of things you do, even doping in sport and all that sort of stuff. You know, whatever you do, there seem to be one step ahead of you, and you wonder why these clever people aren't involved for good rather than for crime. But I guess for me, I feel a little bit more reassured to find that we're giving it the importance that it needs to be given, I think, and perhaps that's our role as councillors to make sure that it's resourced enough to keep ahead of or at least to keep up with the game. I guess it's a comment, it's not a question. Yeah. But I think the comment is, I think it gives me a lot more assurance that we'll be have the right processes in place. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? So Councillor Carol Taylor has moved it. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 12, which is my monthly report. First of all, on the 17th and 18th of March, I attended a regional organisation of councils assembly in Townsville, where I had the role and responsibility of representing not only Darling Downs and South West, but also representing ComSec. So, very interesting collection of regional organisations of councils. And can I say that one of the things that came out of it, the opportunities for Toowoomba, is the possibility of more Indigenous students coming here to be educated. I had a time to have a very good conversation with the leader of the Indigenous Council of Mayors, and it's my intention to go there in July when they have their meeting and to put the case for Toowoomba along with the people from Tisby. As I mentioned before, Major General Jake Elwood came to town, and look, I think the presentation that was given to him, the opportunity that was taken by the General Manager of Infrastructure, Mike Brady, the time that they spent getting around, I would suggest to you that Major General Elwood has certainly picked up a lot of information that will be valuable to him in his journey as he works towards the recovery coordination in this state. City Deals Media Conference, and when you consider that, that's 25 million is 10 from federal, 10 from state, and 5 from the Toowoomba Regional Council, so that's actually worthwhile. And then, of course, we had the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors meeting in Cunnamulla, and anyone who went on that might like to make a few comments. I think we learnt a lot from the community of Cunnamulla and the Paru Shire while we were there about how they're running their business out there in a small community that's been badly hit by economic ups and downs, badly hit by the loss of the rail line, but I think it was a very worthwhile exercise. Had a briefing from Mark Mason and Ali regarding the Olympic Games bid. 29th, I met with 3 state ministers. I have invited Sterling Hinchliffe to come to town and to communicate the plans they have for infrastructure, sporting infrastructure in this community in regards to the Olympic Games. Glenn Butcher certainly was well advised on the future of our need for another dam and also the Wivenhoe pump. Di Farmer was in good conversation about how we are working so hard to support our local businesses. I spoke at the Urban Institute of Business Leaders Lunch and also the Chamber of Commerce Federal Budget Breakfast Panel. I did meet with the Gary Creek Irrigators Executive to discuss a federal government scheme where they want to buy treated recycled water to put into the Murray-Darling to keep the creeks with some water in them. I've handed all that information over to the GM, and I'd imagine there'll be a report coming to the council down the track. But we in fact can sell some of our recycled water to a government entity to keep some water in the Murray-Darling. So that's probably a fairly positive thing for this community. I did officially open Meatstock, the Music and Barbecue Festival at the Toowoomba Showgrounds. And for anyone who went to it, I don't know if any of you managed to get there, but goodness gracious me, there was a crowd. I went out there with Councillor Shine, and we were quite surprised and Councillor McDonald, we were quite surprised by the crowd that was there and the number of things that were done. And of course, what we saw while we were there was butchers working, cutting up carcasses. Attended a courtesy meeting with the Director General and from Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Brisbane, and I was thankful that I had some other councillors there with that one. And on the 12th of April, I did leave a committee meeting and go to the stakeholder advisory meeting for Southern and Darling Downs Regional Water Assessment in Dalby. And can I say in the broadest sense that the amount of expertise they brought to the table in terms of the economic, also the people who design dams and assess dams and that sort of things, I'm quite happy about it. In fact, it's taking over a lot of the role that we had hoped to do with the Water Alliance. So we'll be having a meeting with the Water Alliance in the not too distant future just to see how we can work with them because it has been particularly well done in terms of future water for this area, particularly well done in assessment, particularly well done in the impact of that water. And I saw an interesting figure, and it would be included in the information that I handed over to the GM, that Toowoomba's needs additional 8,000 megalitres of water by 2052, or a little under 8,000 in fact. And of course, that is the capacity of a new pump. If we get a new pump and the pipeline all coming together, that is so, I mean, if you talk about water security, I think you'll find that there it is in Wivenhoe Water with a pump that can pump to the capacity of the pipeline. So look, that's about all there is from as far as I'm concerned. Are there any questions? Anyone like to make a comment on Cunnamulla? Yes, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. This isn't about Cunnamulla, but I just note in your report that you've had several meetings with state and state members, but also groups within our region about the Olympic Games. And I'm just wondering if you can expand on our opportunities here as a region, because it's not just sports that will benefit, it's also education and health and transport and so many other areas within our region. So can we expand on a little bit what our prospects are for the Olympic Games?
Well, I think our prospects here in Toowoomba are great, and they're particularly around pre-Olympics and post-Olympics and the benefits that there will be from that. Interesting that some of the universities are talking about working together to build a region of excellence for sports medicine. But I'm begging of the Minister for Sport and, to come here and to tell this community what he's told us in respect to it on a confidential basis, in respect to what they want to do for Toowoomba. Toowoomba has a chance. And we have, of course, noted that there's potential for Olympic football to be played. That's soccer here. And if that does happen in the way that I hope it will happen, it will add an economic benefit to Toowoomba in terms of the potential stadium that we may well have in the future. Not everybody will probably be happy with his plan, but the reality is that we really have to work with these people. But I think the Olympic Games are potentially very good for Toowoomba. Much of the information that's been fed to me by the Minister, I think I've asked him to come to town sooner rather than later to tell us what the government is planning for Toowoomba.
Thank you. So has the Minister given a commitment that he will come?
Well, Yes, he said he would come, and we were expecting a minister the other day, but he couldn't get here. But Sterling Hinchcliffe and I are in not constant touch, but regular touch, and he's fairly keen to come to town and tell us the story of what the government plans for Toowoomba.
Great, thank you.
It's important. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair, and I would like to comment on Cunnamulla.
It's funny that.
Yeah. I was very proud of my hometown, the way they hosted that meeting, but most importantly, it was fantastic to see the opportunities and benefits that can come out of this collaboration across all of these council areas. When you consider, you know, there's a lot of different needs or whatever for all of the various ones, but it also provides opportunity for sharing ideas and working together to get those better outcomes. And there's no better example than our Western Downs Toowoomba Regional Council collaboration in relation to a waste tender. That's just one of the many benefits that can come out of these. And Mayor, I do congratulate you on the way you chaired that meeting. I thought you did it very professionally, and there were some good outcomes that came out of it. So I do want to say congratulations on leading that. I think it's a really great collaboration for all those councils, particularly those Western ones who have it a lot tougher than we do. They've got lots of roads and all sorts of things that they have to deliver, and they have a lot less rate base than we have. So I just wanted to make that comment. But then in relation to the briefing on the 28th of March, in relation to the Olympic Games, which Councillor Melissa just mentioned, I wondered, are we still going to get that monthly written report as per the discussions when we...
Yes, I hope so. I'll certainly be talking. I'm going to meet with Ali and Mark in the next couple of days and make sure we get that happening. I think the critical thing here in the matter that I brought forward is the state government comes out and tells us what their plans are, because they've told me confidentially, and I'm certainly not going to breach that. Yeah. But I think they have seen Toowoomba as a potential venue for some of the sports, or certainly one sport. But I think more importantly, I think if we get ourselves organised, we're going to gain a tremendous amount. And as you know, even out there at Cunnamulla, they're talking about what the Olympic Games could potentially do for tourism in their area. So, you know, it's something that we can work on, something we've got to do in a very professional way if we can, because this will be the greatest opportunity that there's ever been, the Olympic Games, for a very broad region of South East Queensland and South West Queensland.
Absolutely. So long as we can keep the requirements of the secondment to TISB on track, that would be great, so that we're getting those regular reports. Thank you.
No, one of the things that Councillor Summerfield didn't mention is the community of Cunnamulla, because of their isolation, because of some really tough times, have come together and done some wonderful things that I think were great. And that film they've got about Cunnamulla, that briefing we got from those two Indigenous leaders, that was absolutely brilliant for me in terms of how they feel about their land and what's happened to them over the years, and the difficulties they've had and the journey they've been on. It was one of the better ones I've ever been to, I think, and hats off to Cunnamulla for doing what they've done. A community in isolation, there's no doubt, a community that's been through the ups and downs as far as the economy. But if you get a chance, you want to have a look at the film they've produced about the history of Cunnamulla. I don't think anyone that was there with me would disagree with that. Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just did want to say thank you for allowing me to go on the Cunnamulla trip, and I keep saying that that's a town that's kind of punching above its weight. It's really quite incredible. But one of the things, really salient things that I got out of that gathering was that every council had more or less the same issues, and it's around housing. And I thought it was really interesting because we're here sort of getting a fair bit of pressure about our land supply and just release more land and there'll be more housing. Well, I don't think Cunnamulla's problem is that they haven't got enough land. So it sort of really brought it into sort of clarity that there might be housing in a land issue, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on, but every country town from Thargomindah to Toowoomba has the same issue, and it's about housing.
Absolutely. And of course, there's an added problem with financing houses out there in that remote area, that the banks don't see it in an appropriate way for housing. And I think it's area where the state and federal government can do something about it. The state government, in terms of the services they provide, and they've sold a lot of houses over the years in the small country towns. No, thanks for your comments in respect to that meeting, because there's no better way of getting things done than everyone coming together, and we've found so many common causes, so many common issues with that whole lot. The next meeting will be in Gundawindi in July, and I'm looking forward to that, because, you know, the way we do it is we go to a community, we have a look around, get an understanding of that community, an understanding of their issues, and we collectively advocate for those issues. So thanks very much for your comments. Any other questions?
I just have a comment, Mayor.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks very much. I see that on the 29th of March, you, Councillor McDonald, and the CEO met with a few state ministers at Parliament House.
Yes.
And included amongst those was Glenn Butcher, the Minister for, amongst other things, water. And you say regarding water futures, dams and the Wivenhoe pump. And then I see further on in your report, from the 12th of April, you go into some detail about the outcomes of your stakeholder advisory group meeting with the Southern and Darling Downs Regional Water Assessment. And I just ask and really encourage you, Mayor, if it's possible to invite councillors who are in portfolios for a debrief after some of these meetings, because I think it's a real opportunity for a more inclusive council, and it'll help councillors know more quickly what's going on in their portfolios rather than once a month.
Okay. The very reason that we've got a very long report done by Dr. Paul on the stakeholder advisory group is that I don't know if you heard what I said before, but I've been very happy with the way that stakeholder advisory group is growing and how they're actually using economists and engineers and various groups to do the necessary assessments of the water future. So that report is available to you. That meeting in regard to the stakeholder advisory group, of course, I had to leave a committee meeting to attend that. And I think in the future we'll hopefully, I'd be happy for anyone to attend those with me. Don't think there's a problem there. Any other? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to inform councillors, talking about lengths of road, Toowoomba Regional Council has the second longest length of road, local government road in Queensland. Western Downs has the longest. But I just wanted to mention, I'll be putting my hand up to go to Gundy. Gundawindi is a lovely area, wonderful area, and Gundawindi region, and it's my hometown. But the major issue out in Gundawindi at the moment is worse than anywhere else, is youth crime. And it's out of control, and they don't have a 24-hour police presence there. They've got a presence, but they don't have the police on duty 24 hours a day. But it's beginning to morph into bodily harm, to armed robbery and different things like that out there. So I guess that, as Councillor Summerfield says, you can always look around and see something that that we're fortunate that we don't have. But I think the issue is the state government certainly needs to look at what they do with youth offenders. There's a person out there that's been, I think they've been arrested some 9 or 10 times and left out, and the very next day it happens again. So I guess, you know, that's just something that we need to be aware of, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's some broader advocacy around appropriate ways of dealing with these young people, and I think there one night there in Toowoomba there were 9 cars stolen. I don't know whether that was a record or not, but that knocked me. And the sad part about it, many of those cars are no longer able to be used. They're burnt or whatever.
That's right, Mr Mayor.
And look, I was worried when I heard that the Deputy Mayor of Gundawindi is talking about a vigilante group.
Well, they have one.
And just what extent that vigilante group goes to, I don't know. But
no,
you know, there certainly needs to be more resourcing.
That's the vigilante group is unarmed, and they're just driving around to try to put a presence around the town. They take it in turns to do that, because there have been people that have been required hospital treatment They're just ordinary mums and dads and people in houses. It's become quite an unacceptable situation. But anyway, I guess now's not the time to mention it, but I know because I come from there, so I have all these reports daily, and we're very fortunate and hopeful that it doesn't happen here.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to the meat stock matter, it was a eye-opener for me, and I think for you and Deputy Mayor, the number of people that were there. It was reported that the town had been sold out in terms of accommodation, and that added to that was the grounds of the show grounds out there were fully occupied with campers as well. So it was well worthwhile, I think, the money that's been invested by council. I think it was about $50,000 to support meat stock. I think it was a good return on that investment. No doubt we will get a report from Bruce McConnell or Tisby as to what happened at meat stock from their perspective in due course. I just wanted to mention that you will recall we enjoyed viewing the contest amongst butchers for who the idea was to complete the butchering, as I understand it, of a beast within the quickest.
Might have been a lamb, I think.
Well, I suppose a lamb can be a beast as well, but anyway, from where I was sitting, I wasn't very sure. But I just wanted to mention that there was a young chap, young butcher from Yarraman, Mitchell Sharp, I think his name was, who performed very well. And it was good to see, because these people and a lot of the crowd came from all over Australia. There weren't too many familiar faces in the crowd, and that was even better from the point of view of tourism for Toowoomba and Queensland itself. Thank you.
No, I think that I was talking to the organiser of that very briefly, and it was predicated on the fact that we supported the first one. I would think that that's the first meat stock that's been in a regional city. There's been one in Melbourne, there's been one in Auckland, they're big in the United States, but I'm not sure of too many other places in Australia. But I would suggest to you that that was an outstanding success and at many levels, and for the economy of this community, we probably got a pretty fair return on that $50,000 we invested. It would not have happened if that had not have happened. But if anyone else has got a comment on it, I think they're the sort of events that fit beautifully into Toowoomba, given that 65% of the cattle on feed, of course, in this area, and we produce 82% of the eggs. So if they want steak and eggs, we got it all here. So any other comments?
I'll have a comment.
Councillor Tim.
Oh, Chair, look, just to add to your comments and those of Councillor Shine, I was lucky enough to be roped into some judging for the different cuts of meat, and some amazing meat, and they wouldn't let me know which one was the local one because I thought I might favour them. But similar to Councillor Shine, I was in the audience watching them do some cutting up, and I was tremendously happy to see the young guy from Uni Plaza Meats, still in his apprenticeship, up on stage, making it work with the national competition. So look, we have some good butchers, some good meat. Similarly, I didn't see too many people from around Toowoomba there, and sat around the table with those from all over Australia. With Councillor McDonald that same day, I opened the Nepalese cricket tournament with 8 teams, 7 of them travelling here, and they couldn't find a place to stay because it was all sold out for meat stock. So Melbourne, Sydney and Toowoomba for meat stock this year, and I'd love to see it return, and I welcome Council's investment into such a tremendous event. Thank you.
It'll be very interesting to get a report on it, just to see the numbers, and the obvious impact on the economy was enormous here in Toowoomba. Any other comments? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Tim, Councillor McDonald, those in favour? It's carried. We move then to matters for which notice has been given. Item 13.1, Councillor Von Hoff, I'd imagine it'd be reasonable to assume that that matter had been dealt with. Councillor Von?
I'd say so, Mayor, when you moved your Mayoral minute without notice, I think that this has now been dealt with.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to item 13.2, which is Councillor O'Shea, which will be moved into confidential. Brian, that's moved into confidential, isn't it? Item 13.2 in respect to Neil Street car park site.
We just might
I think we do need a motion from the
Yeah,
floor.
I think so.
This matter be considered in confidential. So, Councillor Carroll, you've moved that, have you? A seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Are those in favour? It's carried. An existing emerging community zone. Is this particular resolution very similar to the one in 13.4? Is that?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, it is. So I would imagine we deal with them in which the order within which they were received by council.
So we deal with them, Mr CEO. 13.3 will be dealt with now. So would you like to get a second? Could I have a second for that motion, please? Item 13.3 being moved by Councillor Von Hoff. Seconded, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Right, Councillor Von Hoff, would you wish to say a few words, please?
Thanks, Mayor. It's the temporary local planning instrument change would mean that timeframes are cut down, and that would mean that we are bringing forward land faster and without any cost to ratepayers. This is something that the UDIA has called for. This is something that the Chamber of Commerce has called for. This is something that's supported by the General Manager of Planning, and it really is a circuit breaker.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to make comment in respect to it, and importantly, how does it complement or otherwise the next motion that's coming forward? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. While this, I just would like councillors to consider that this is a larger suite of measures that we've got contained in the next motion, and I'm not sure why we would need to have them separated out. I think it's better to talk about them in the larger context of them all together. So.
Okay, Councillor Melissa Taylor, do you have your hand up before? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I would be interested to hear what from a staff member in planning about this resolution, because to me, as I see it, and I need to know that the way I'm seeing it is right, it's a good outcome and there's no financial impact. And well, I'm assuming there isn't any, because there's nothing in there talking about financial impacts in this report. So if I could hear from staff about how they see this, the opportunities for this, please.
Michelle, would you like to make some comments, please?
Good morning. Thank you for your question, Councillor Summerfield. I'd just like to make a comment about the process for a temporary local planning instrument. That is something that is actually a process under the Planning Act and the Minister's Guidelines and Rules that needs state government approval, and it would require a separate report to come to Council to actually propose to make a temporary local planning instrument. So there is a little bit of a process to go through rather than all in this resolution or motion that's been proposed today. In relation to financial impacts, there's no financial impacts in relation to the ongoing subdivision application process or anything like that in terms of infrastructure charges. I do note that the emerging community zone, the process does include a variation to an application to vary the provisions of the planning scheme, and there is a higher application fee process with that. So I feel that this is a good solution in streamlining the development application process where it is within the existing zoned area and appropriately serviced, and could be accommodated to facilitate development occurring in a reasonable timeframe.
Councillor Summerfield.
I've got a really touchy button, sorry. So a follow-up in relation to that, please, would be if we would still be able to control bad development applications coming forward.
So the proposal for a temporary local planning instrument in this context is really to facilitate subdivision. And it would have to go through a normal assessment process to consider the design of the subdivision, road connection, provision of parks, provision of infrastructure. What it would do is lower the level of assessment from an impact assessment application which goes through public notice to one which is code. So the provisions could be, the assessment could still deal with those matters, but it would streamline it from the development or the developer's perspective by not having to go through public notice, and then would reduce the amount of time required in the overall application process.
Thank you. And then just going back to your original comment about what would have to be implemented to deliver this, what sort of timeline do you think that would involve, please, Michelle?
Our initial discussions with state officers at officers level is that they would be generally supportive of a provision like this that helps to address housing issues which are broadly felt through Queensland. So we feel that we've had some initial preliminary positive feedback, and ordinarily this is a relatively quick process, relatively quick in the sense of several months, but it would necessitate a report to come to council. That would need to then go to the state for review and the minister's approval, and then council could adopt.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, did you want to make a comment?
Well, Mr Mayor, just adding to my comments earlier about this all being contained in plain motion, but just trying to, if we're not going to do that, make sure that in this one we have that a report for council consideration, perhaps at the June 2020 Planning and Development Committee, rather than enacts a local government planning instrument. So I think we need to have included in that the report for consideration, so we can have a look at all the financial implications as well as all the other variabilities.
And can I ask, your resolution, is it complementary or opposed, or how does it fit in respect to this resolution?
Includes that, exactly that, but with the inclusion of the report and the other measures that I have suggested that we bring to council.
And they were?
Well, they're in resolution 13.3, which is following this one, but this is exactly included in the suite of 4 measures that I have suggested.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield, you had a comment?
I do, Chair, and I understand where Councillor Need is coming from. The reason why I'm really keen to support this one is there are some of the points in the following resolution I actually can't support. So I'm really comfortable that we're dealing with this one separately because there's we're talking about money in the second one. There's no backup information about what that's going to cost or anything, and so I would like to see this one dealt with separately. Thank you.
Councillor Shine? Councillor Carl? Sorry, I've got you on the list.
Chair, just interested to know in the wording of the motion, and this is where I personally will err with caution, and I would ask councillors to err with caution, and that is that it is would appear to be a broad brush application to all of the emerging community zoning land. Whilst the intention is good, I think it's better dealt with in the following item. And the reason why I say that is that we may be kicking the tin down the road around an affordability issue, because there is some quite considerable land designated within the emerging community zones. And relative to infrastructure and proximity over the 5 networks, stormwater, water, sewage, roads, parks and gardens. If they're not adjacent, and some of those lands are adjacent, even in fact within the PIA, priority infrastructure area, or very in close proximity, this type of thing may be very applicable, this move, but independently, to put it across the whole lot, we could be at danger of risking our affordability as a council and our long-term financial sustainability planning. So I would ask councillors to be with caution and possibly look at this as part of a suite. It's open for debate whether all those measures are in the next motion relevant, but yeah, I don't think we can just broad brush that whole area, personally.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor Shine. Councillor Shine, if you could, I'm sorry, I overlooked you there a couple of times.
Quite okay. No, if I could ask Michelle, my question would relate to this motion and the next one, in terms of the meaning of the temporary local planning instrument and the effect of it. Is this a way of, or is it possible to change the zoning of the land via this temporary local planning instrument? What I'm concerned about is, I've spoken here before about, I know other councillors share the concern about, some of the other councillors share the concern about preservation of that green space between the highfields and the town clubs, for example, which marks that a lot of it's like rural. Would this be a way of obviating the necessity of achieving the effect of a change of zone?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Shine. This proposed temporary local planning instrument in this instance would not alter the underlying zoning of the land. What it would do would apply to the emerging communities zone only, not to the rural land, and it would be to alter the level of assessment, thereby streaming the development assessment process. And that's the core outcome that we would be seeking through a temporary local planning instrument.
Okay, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually can't support this in the fact that, as Councillor Carl has said, the reason it's code accessible, the reason it's code accessible is that, impact accessible. Got myself a little bit confused, sorry. Very same reasons Councillor Carl mentioned. It's a broad brush, so some of those areas are not acceptable and may be taken out of context, and we need to make sure we've got sustainable and sequentially developed areas in those areas. By taking it to impact, to code rather than impact, it takes it away from community comment and community involvement. And by putting a broad brush over it, there are parts of the next one that I'm a little bit concerned about, but I think it's been far more thought out than what this one is. I think that by having a broad brush, we're going to end up with, look, let's face it, we're in confidential. It becomes our community. Wherever we are, it becomes our community. I know we're in all our areas, we're dealing with some parts of community that have been developed in a less than optimal way. And I know we can only do our best with that, but I don't think you can broad brush anything. If you do, you run into issues, and I think that I can't support that because of it. And I don't believe that in areas that, as Councillor Carl mentioned, in some of those areas it'd be quite fine. It'd be quite fine, but in others, certainly unacceptable, and unacceptable, I believe, to our community. So that's why I can't support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Megan.
Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Von Holm.
Mayor, can I just respond to Councillor Taylor's comments? And also, Councillor Taylor, we're not actually in confidential, we're in open session at the moment. There wasn't actually a question asked, but had there been a question asked, I think it would have been about the same lines as Councillor Carl's, and that broad brush idea. And the whole point of this is those words either in part or in full, because council officers would do that assessment, because it isn't the entire lot. There are massive differences with some of that land. Some of that land takes in Drayton, some of that land takes in western Glenvale. So it's not actually applying one net over the entire emerging community zone land. It would be nuanced, and that's what the council officers would do in preparing the temporary local planning instrument.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, in the motion that I have put forward for the next one, I know we're not talking about it now, but I had wanted to include that a report for council consideration for the first three motions. So that is taking into account all of these queries that you have. So to me, that is the, it doesn't really matter, but it's incorporating those concerns about the report coming back and, all of the different variabilities.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Michelle, can I just ask you just to reiterate or just go over again the statements or comments that you made in regards to the financial impact of this particular motion? So I just want to clarify.
So the financial impact of this proposal or the subsequent proposal to implement a temporary local planning instrument relates to the application fees. So because the application is one to vary, or generally it comes in to vary the provisions of the planning scheme for subsequent subdivision applications. And because it goes through impact assessment, there is a higher fee attracted to that processing. There would be some foregone application fees as a result of potentially this process being code accessible. So that's something that we would consider as part of the temporary local planning instrument in conjunction with the report. To actually make a temporary local planning instrument, you would have to consider how you would then apply the fees, because it would not go through that public advertising process. So logically, it would then seem to flow through that there should be a reduction in fees to what is currently listed in the fees and charges. However, subsequent subdivision applications would still attract the normal fees for operational works. They would still attract the normal fees for infrastructure charging and so forth. So that would not change. All we would be saying as officers is if we are reducing the level of impact of assessment from impact to code to streamline the development, then council may wish to consider whether there is a reduction in fee that relates to that.
Thank you. So just to clarify, there will be a reduction, the application fee will alter, but the operational charges will still apply. So therefore, the ratepayer in this motion is not subsidising subdivisions going forward if this motion gets up.
Correct, yes. It is council's decision to also reduce the charges at the application fee. I'm simply applying a logic that if the assessment process is more streamlined, then there may wish to be a commensurate fee reduction. And I guess the difference between this motion and, if I may say, the following motion is this one does not relate to land in the priority infrastructure area, so it includes all emerging community zone land. That may require extra effort and work from assessing officers to determine infrastructure where it's outside of the PIAA, should that be applied for under a broad approach.
But then going forward, under the fees and charges table, we as a council can alter that to be commensurate going forward.
The infrastructure charges assessed outside the PIA go through a completely different process. They have to consider whether there are any additional costs associated with development outside of the PIA where that infrastructure has not been planned for.
But that's business as usual.
That's part of, yes, that's part of the assessment process.
Under the first motion, we're not asking for it, there'll be no change to operational charges.
Other than potentially a reduction in fees.
Yes. Right, thank you.
I had Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, a question to Michelle. As this stands, how much capacity have you got to do this under this first motion? I mean, the second motion at least mentions different methods, but this hangs it out there that there's a tremendous amount of work to be done, and you have capacity to do that?
Councillor Taylor, it would be something that we would need to consider potentially outsourcing the preparation of the temporary local planning instrument. And I say that because the timing of this to bring a report back to council will coincide with the preparation that the team is undertaking to go out to further community engagement around the proposed growth plan options and as part of the strategic framework. So from a processing point of view, it's reasonably straightforward to document and draft this, but the team is at capacity. The flow-on impacts for development assessment is that we acknowledge that there have been a higher rate of development occurring over the last 12 to 18 months, particularly as a result of stimulus. If that continues, then it's as a result of the higher rate of development continuing that there may be an impact on development services, but that's more as a consequence of what's happening in the economic climate of the region rather than an actual outcome of this process, although this does offer the opportunity to streamline it for developers.
And if I could have a follow-up, the second motion, and I know we're not talking about that either, but it seems crazy that we've got two, is a particular focus on encouraging those existing and valid approvals currently in the system, and that seems to me to be where we should be putting some of our effort. Did you have a comment on that, Michelle?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. That particular aspect in the following motion relates to medium density,
Yes.
which is not to the emerging communities.
No. But that to me is very important because that is a lot of that's already approvals that really need to be encouraged to be taken up.
Councillor Summerfield, you had your hand up before the question, and Councillor McDonald, and then I think we might try and wrap the debate up. Can I just simply say that from my personal point of view, I would like to see a information session covering both of these subjects so that we can get our head around it. But over to you, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you very much for that comment, Mr Mayor, because that was going to be my suggestion that, look, I fully appreciate and respect both authors for putting forward these motions, and I think it's great that they're thinking. We're under a lot of pressure from the public in relation to delivering on the ground, and with all the requirements for land, blah, blah, blah. I would really love to see both authors withdraw their motion and that we actually workshop to make sure that we get the best outcome. Because I fully understand Councillor Megan's resolution as well, but I can't support it because there's no financial background to it. And I've been harping on about having proper financial background in reports now for a few months, and they're just lacking at the moment. I understand it's difficult for Councillor Megan to find that financial information, but we can't just vote on something when we don't have that financial impact information with us. So I'd hate to vote against something that was important for the development industry simply because there's not enough information. And so I would love to see us withdraw both of these motions and go back to the drawing board, fully informed, and make a decision based on that.
And Councillor Summerfield, I totally agree with you.
Councillor Von Hoff, how do you take the comments made by Councillor Summerfield that we have an information session? And I guess when you make your comments, I'll also ask Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, because that's exactly where I am at the moment. Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Von Hoff, sorry, I spoke without the microphone being switched on. Councillor Summerfield has indicated her willingness, and I have a willingness, and other people have a willingness to have an information session covering the subjects that have been put forward in both the resolutions, one by you, one by Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, and bring a resolution forward to council, bring a resolution to council to have an information session to cover all the issues that were brought forward. Over to you, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks very much for that, Mayor. Yeah, I lost audio for a moment, but I heard Councillor Summerfield's comments and Councillor Taylor's comments, and then your just most recent comments. I'm not opposed to that. I guess my concern is timing, and the whole point of this is to streamline process and bring forward available land for development, and that speaks to like the short and medium term land supply that we all hear so much about. I think that this, what's before us at the moment, complements what Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's been working on, and those additional parts of the motion about medium density. And this does show that councillors are of a similar mind, and that's a really good thing. If this council is comfortable to hold off on this so that we consider, hold off on this and hold off on Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's motion so that we have an information session and hash out all of those details. Like I said, I'm not opposed to it. I do have concerns that we are really in a time-sensitive situation. Would we be able to have an idea of when an information session might be brought forward? Because I'm also mindful that those information session slots are sort of few and far between.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Michelle, would you like to indicate if we could get a information session fairly quickly, if it can be given priority? I think it's important. There's two very similar issues here from two separate people with good intent, and maybe we need to just check all the facts and through an information session.
Thank you, Mayor. Whichever option, whether it's a subsequent report or a council information session followed by a subsequent report, there is a little bit of extra research that needs to be undertaken by staff. So certainly we could do an information session in May, either in a suitable time slot or perhaps even an alternative on a Monday, which might address a range of these matters subject to councillors' availability to be able to accommodate us.
Councillor Von Hoff, would you, under those circumstances, would you be prepared to withdraw your motion? I'm
sorry, it's hard, it's a little bit hard not to be there, Mayor, and to really understand and catch everything. So were you saying, when the audio cut out for a little while there, were you saying that following Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Taylor's comments, and your inclination is to withdraw motions 13.3 and 13.4 pending information sessions? Is that what you're referring to, sorry?
Yes, that's what I was referring to, and that there be a motion from the floor here on the withdrawal of those two motions to bring forward an information session sooner rather than later.
Like I said, Mayor, I'm amenable to that. I want us to work together as a council, and I think the meat here is good, and if there's councillors with questions, they have every right to have those asked and elaborated on. So given that, I'm happy to withdraw the motion, and if there's wording then that, or is it even necessary through you, Chair, that we specify an information session? Can I take some advice through you from the CEO?
CEO?
Either way, council can advise that they request an information session, or I can just arrange one, whichever way you'd rather go.
And I think it has a degree of urgency around it, given that there's two resolutions come forward in the same vein with very similar expected outcomes. It may be a good idea if we were able to bring it on to a morning when someone was suggesting, Michelle was suggested a Monday. So I'm happy to do a Monday. A brief comment, Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I don't like to labour the point, but I do need to labour the point, and I know that in my motion it doesn't say this, and I wanted to move an amendment to the motion where B, C and D of my motion say a report for council consideration at the June 22 Planning and Development Committee to propose B, C and D. So that to me is covering all of these things with the information that we're needing, like the financial implications. So I'm sorry, it doesn't say that there in my resolution, but that was going to be an amendment, a report for council consideration at the June 22 Planning and Development meeting. So that is covering off on all of these things that we're worried about. No, it doesn't, and that's, I keep saying, I'm sorry, that's an amendment that I needed to make to that motion when we got to it.
Can a separate motion come from the floor anyhow, and just embracing the fact that we do need to bring this forward quickly?
Well, that's what my motion's going to do now.
Well, we're all heading in one direction. It's just a matter of trying to work it out. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I agree. I think it's good that we are all heading in the right direction. There is some fundamental differences in both the motions, although the intent is probably the same. But I'd be, if Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has got changes from what we've been distributed, and it's to the same intent of what this motion is, albeit it has exactly what we're asking for, which is to come back to a session, then perhaps this motion is withdrawn and we attack the next motion if it's got those items in it. That's as I understand from what I've heard so far.
Councillor Von Hoff, can I ask you your comments in respect to that? If we withdraw your motion and we change the next one that's coming, how do you feel about that?
Can I just point out a comment? It's not an information session, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan's suggesting. It's a Planning and Environment Committee meeting. And I agree with Councillor Summerfield, an information session, not a report to a committee meeting.
So you want an information session?
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would have thought, can I just get Michelle to comment through you, Mr Mayor, that there would be an information session before the report comes?
Absolutely.
I can support it if that's the case.
Councillors, we would be happy to arrange a information session made before the report is brought to
That was my understanding. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff, would you like to make a comment now, please?
Thanks, Mayor. So from what I'm hearing, there's actually two different ideas being circulated in the chamber. The first is that because there are questions that need to be workshopped in both the motions, that they're both withdrawn and we arrange an information session to hash out all of those details. That's the first, and that's what I understood you to be saying, Mayor.
Yes.
And then secondly, what Councillor McDonald just said was not to do that. It was just to withdraw this motion and still proceed with Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's motion.
Yes, there are obviously two options currently. I'm in favour of the first one, that we withdraw both motions and we have an information session, followed by a report to council with the outcome of that information session. Any other comments around the room? Councillor Carl.
I would be very supportive of your preference, Mayor. There is a degree of lack of discussion around some of the points and understanding, more importantly, raised in Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's motion for a start, and I think all councillors need to get their heads around some of the implications of those. Whilst they might sound simple in a motion, previous councils have arrived at a position for very good reasons on some of these. So that needs to be unpacked again for the benefit of those that may not have been involved in those discussions prior. So I would very much welcome a deferral or not proceed with either of the motions. We have a workshop or an information session as indicated by Michelle, the officer, in May. And then at that workshop, pending council's suitable position and comfortable understanding collectively of all of those issues, we could then easily ask for a report to come forward then in the June round of meetings. But to lock us in to a position at this stage, because I challenge any councillor around here to understand the full implications of a standpipe and what that is, what does that mean? And that's one little single item. Charge pipe, sorry, I said standpipe. Charge pipe. There are some implications for council and neighbours in medium density. So we need to have a head around that. So I'd very much prefer for both of these to be laid over and for us to engage in a information session, and then subsequent to suitable understanding by all members around the table, we then call for a report to come forward to council in the June meeting, because I think that's practical as indicated initially.
Okay.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I don't want councillors to feel locked in. I want them, if they've got questions, to feel like their questions have been given due consideration and heard. So I think that it's probably, listening to the comments around the room, it's prudent to withdraw the motions and have that information session so that all councillors can be comfortable with what I think is, you know, we're all of a similar mind with the temporary local planning instrument, and we're all really concerned and mindful of timing. So I appreciate you, Michelle, indicating that that information session could be held, as the Mayor said, sooner rather than later.
There is a highlighted here on the screen is that an information session is scheduled to discuss the temporary local planning instrument to change the level of assessment within existing emerging community zone land and measure to exist in residential land development. Does that not just cover where we are at the moment?
I mean, to my mind, it is a little bit harder, Mayor, to not be in there, but I think that that covers what councillors have described as some of their, the need to unpack fully the issues. I'm respectful of that, I can understand it, and I'm happy to do that.
I don't think it is scheduled. I think that's part of Councillor Longhoff's motion. And I don't think it's an information session that's been scheduled.
Session B scheduled?
Yes. So I don't believe it is scheduled, is it? Through you to Michelle? No.
Councillor Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just concerned we're talking about the same thing but going around in different ways of saying it. So the only issue I have with this is that one of the things we're talking about is timeliness and things to plan. And if we're talking about Councillor Sullivan's motion or amended motion was that a report comes in June. So that shows a commitment to the industry of where we're heading with this. I know we're saying that an intent to bring something in June. If the office has given an indication that that can happen, if there's an indication that we can have an info session in May, isn't that everything that we talked about and bubbled around and changed here? Isn't that essentially said in the amended motion that Councillor Sullivan has pointed out? The only change, if we want to feel greater comfort with it, is that a report in June with an information session to be held prior.
Well, I don't have any problem with that being added to what we've got in front of us in yellow there.
So,
No, I think we need to start again.
Sorry, Carol.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, but I just think we need to start again with, we've got two motions that on face value look the same, they're not. And I think neither really tells us the financial implications and the implications of this. And I think, as Councillor Carl has mentioned before, it's about understanding the impacts of what we might be voting on, which we don't now. So my view is that they both should be withdrawn. We have an information session and we have one recommendation that comes out of that.
Councillor Summerfield, you've been waving around there for a fair while.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I like the idea of that resolution that's above before us, because it doesn't have any details in there which is going to give suggestions to the community about what we may or may not be offering. And we had the information session and come out with something rock solid that we all agree with, which is going to support the industry and the community, but it's also going to ensure that councils make a good decision, sound decision, based on good, complete advice. And I'd much rather that we went out with something like that, which I understand Councillor James's frustration there, because it may look like, oh, here they go, they're going to have to do an information session. But as Councillor Bill says, we don't understand what the impacts are. And I can't make a decision here today not fully understanding what the impacts are for council, or for that matter, for people out in the community.
Councillor Bill?
Thanks, Chair. Look, and the reason why I raised what I did is because we're not just talking about the emerging community zone here. We're talking about areas within the PIA. We're talking about medium density. We're talking about some of the measures that are applicable to medium density. So it's not just one area, I think, and totally concur with Councillor O'Shea's comments about timeliness. We've already got a commitment here from the CEO, the manager of strategic planning, acting GM, that an information session come forward with a report to council in June. At that information session, I'd suggest it's timely for councillors to raise any concerns they have or seek clarity on a number of these issues, because it's across a number of areas and topics. I think, that would be the most appropriate approach in my mind. I have had somewhat limited input into the formulation or those topics from Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan myself. So I dare say councillors need to be across some of those as individuals.
So Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, if we were to bring an information session forward as soon as possible, as soon as practical, with something coming to the meeting in June, would that just cover off and get us, in a very broader sense, getting this thing to happen in the way that you wanted it to happen and Councillor Rebecca wanted it to happen?
Well, Mr Mayor, I would like the motion to be put in C, and then we'll deal with my motion up next, because we're not talking about exactly the same thing. This is a quarter of what I am suggesting. So let's put this up and see how it goes.
So you're suggesting that this that we've got in front of us would come forward, and then we'll deal with yours. Righto. Can I humbly suggest that to that we ought to add some time frames in terms of when the matter comes to council? It has to come to council in June. The information session has to be held as soon as possible.
Mayor, I'm happy to move. What I can see on the screen is the highlighted yellow sentence, beginning with that an information session be scheduled in May 2022 to discuss. I'm happy to move that.
And would we add to that the outcomes of that be brought to the general meeting in June? Outcomes of the information session be brought to the general meeting in June?
I think that might be helpful in giving acknowledgement to the time sensitivity of this. I just, for that to happen, all of council's unpacking, councillors' unpacking would need to be done or felt comfortable with what would come forward on the 14th of June. That are for the further report of the outcomes. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That Kirsten's that a further report of this matter be presented for council consideration at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 14th of June 2022. Yep, that's. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, I was going to mention there's no outcome of an information session, but the wording has been changed.
So you want to change to what's up there in front of you?
We were talking about outcomes. There's no outcomes from an information session. So, it's just for our information.
Information
No,
session.
but the wording has been changed, so my comment is irrelevant. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Righto, thank you. So that motion is before you. Councillor Von Hoff has withdrawn her motion, and this is an alternative.
I'm happy to move that. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Von Hoff has moved that.
And I'll second that.
Councillor Taylor has seconded that.
Aren't we confidential? Oh, no.
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield.
Sorry, Mayor, I thought we were confidential for some reason.
Yeah, I did
We're
too,
not.
for whatever reason. I'm
No,
sorry.
no. Well, I hope not, because, well, I think that gets us roughly to where we want to get to, doesn't it?
Mr Mayor, for me it doesn't, because it just mentions emerging community.
And measures.
Yeah, and measures, and I'm not prepared to support that at this point.
Okay.
But put it.
No.
Councillor Summerfield?
Mayor, could we just understand more what Councillor Taylor needs in that to ensure that we can actually get this information session so we get a good outcome here?
We really need all opportunities, don't we?
Yeah, so what would you like to see the wording be, Councillor Carroll?
Well, we have in the other one to particular focus on it. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to put that on. Particular focus on encouraging existing and valid approvals in the system, and we know that's an issue. Whereas this is just focusing on emerging community.
Can we add that?
And no, I think it's just look. I won't support either motion because I think they should be both withdrawn, and we should come up with something that we all understand and that we go into with our eyes wide open after we have the information presented to us and the impacts and all of variables presented to us in information at an information session.
Well, I would have thought that's what we're attempting to do here. But maybe you need to be adding that additional land zoning to that emerging community
Well,
zone.
all it mentions, Mr Mayor, is emerging community zoned land.
Yeah, well, I think we ought to mention the other land as well.
Could we just have planning options?
Yes,
Just
I think-
broad, some broad statements so that we.
Yes, I'd support that.
Yep, that's good.
But that's, if this is Councillor Von Hoff's motion, then she needs to support that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, through you, Chair. I'm just trying to see what Kirsten is writing to hear, because I thought what you said is exactly what's happening. So withdrawing the motion and going to an information session so that everybody understands and is comfortable.
That's my preference, yeah.
That's what
Getting it
this.
sorted now. Brian and Kirsten are doing that, and planning options to assist. Was that covered well enough? And other planning options?
Sorry, Chair, are you asking me or Councillor Taylor?
Well, for me, Mr Mayor, it's still mentioning emerging communities. I think it just level of assessment and planning options to assist in residential land development. That, for me, is acceptable with that, with existing emerging communities taken out.
Well, that significantly changes the intent, because it is to consider those emerging communities, and I had thought that the inclusion of the other words and planning options to assist in residential land development would be broad enough to include everything else as well. But I think it's important that we do specify emerging community zoned land, because that was the entire conceit of the motion. It doesn't mean that other things won't be discussed. It just means that will be one of the issues.
Do we?
I thought, Mayor, I just wanted to say that I thought that this was a way for everybody to be heard and have their concerns given the opportunity to, you know, unpack them.
Okay. Councillor Cole, you had a comment?
I still have some concerns, Chair, in that, look, number one, focus is a TLPI, we all agree on that. Within existing emerging communities, I raise my concerns again as a general approach, and I note, Councillor Rebecca, your comments about officers to consider either in part or full. I've watched at quite regular intervals staff being exposed to rather subjective views from different parts of the community when it's left to be considered in either part or full. I think we should be very conversant as a councillor group, which I don't believe we are, because we're having this very discussion for a start. So I would like to see it somewhat limited around the emerging community zone, because that is quite subjective in its interpretation, to be open to a development on the edge of emerging communities appearing within no reasonable distance of critical infrastructure, trunk infrastructure, and the affordability issues. It's not about development applications and the level of assessment and that, it's about an affordability issue into the future, and council being able to juggle that. And it's open, it's too much open to subjective interpretation in my view. I think we should be pursuing the information session. I would be reasonably comfortable if we were less inclusive of the general emerging communities.
Well, in your hands, we want to get this sorted if we can. It's well past lunchtime. Councillor Tim.
Chair, look, I think we've got to move in a second now. We've been going around for over an hour on what's the subject of the information session. I'd just be happy to put the motion. If the
Motion put. You don't have a second for that. Motion will be put. Okay, motion before you. Don't have a second for that one.
We do, Mayor. That's what we've been doing in the past, that when a motion be put, we go to the vote, that the motion does get put.
Well, that's a procedural motion.
Right.
You don't need a second for the procedural motion, but you need to vote on that we are going to vote. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so I need a second.
Procedural motion doesn't need a second.
Right.
I haven't.
The motion now be put before the meeting. And do we call that right now?
Yep.
Those in favour?
Yes.
That's the procedural motion.
Oh.
Procedural motion. Okay, the motion be put. Now, we vote on the resolution that's before you. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. Councillors, I think we ought to adjourn for lunch. Someone like to move accordingly, please? Sorry, Carol.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I think we've got another motion that we should put, and then we should go to what we're going to do.
So you don't want to stop for lunch?
Who's chairing this meeting?
That's exactly right, Councillor Summerfield, but we've spent that much time going around in a circle, and we're going to come back and do it again. It's up to you, Mr Mayor.
Well, I think we ought to adjourn for lunch. Someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Summerfield, seconder. Councillor McMahon, those in favour? It's carried. Better have a think, eh?
Mayor, can I just ask what time do you plan on reconvening the meeting?
Sorry, Rebecca.
What time do you plan on reconvening the meeting, Mayor?
Resuming the meeting,
Yeah.
I would think about 1:30. How about we make it
Okay,
one?
thank you.
Thank you. Sorry? Are you there, Rebecca? There seems to be a consensus of opinion here about 1:15. Let's make it 1:20 because they take a while to get back.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Bye. Councillors, I'll reopen the meeting and we're on 13.4. Councillor O'Hara-Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion there before you, which incorporates some of the measures that we have been in discussion with the development industry and the Urban Development Institute around how we can expedite some housing within the region. So there is an amendment to the motion that you have in the agenda, and that is, it's up there on the screen, thank you, Kirsten, that an information session is scheduled and a report is presented for Council's consideration at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 14th of June 2022. So Michelle has assured us that we can do the information session and explore all of the financial implications as well as any questions or concerns that you may have in relation to those four points up there. And they are to vary the level of assessment of land in the emerging community zone, and that is within the priority infrastructure area. And I think that's the really critical thing there, from impact to code. Infrastructure charges, discounts, use of charge pipes, and to look at what the implication of a 50% reduction in operational works fees for a period of 12 months, what that would look like. So in that report, I would hope to have implications from the last incentive that we had, not only what it cost council, but the level of good that we got out of that, or the investment that we had in the region.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard quite a lot about charge pipes, so I'd actually like it explained to me, please, by Adam, if you don't mind. I think maybe just including what does it say? Where is the charge pipes? That's in charge pipes for dealing with stormwater drainage. I've heard quite a lot of issues in some communities in the past where charge pipes have been used, and I see here it's a pilot program for 2 years, but surely it would only be in areas that are suitable for the use of charge pipes.
That's right, I couldn't spend the feedback from the industry has been, now that we've gone to the nodal approach, that part of that developable areas that are eligible for medium density are on the lower side of the street, and that they are suitable for medium density. So trying to find a way that some of that property can then be used for medium density. Do you want to explain?
I actually, thank you, Councillor O'Hara-Solomon. I actually understand all that, but we've been through an exceptional year with runoff and flooding and other things, and I'd like to be certainly sure that we're not exacerbating things.
Adam.
Good afternoon, through the chair. So can I clarify, please, Councillor, what question do you have about charge pipes?
I want to know why charge pipes would be considered where a conventional type of stormwater drain would be normally used, and what the implications of having charge pipes there. It might be for a 2-year trial, but once they're in there, you're not going to go back and convert them back to a conventional stormwater system. So in 2 years, there could be quite a lot there, and by the time we have an issue, we've got it forever.
Through the chair. So you would only consider charge pipe systems where a block was unable to be drained by gravity to a wall point discharge, either the street or an interlock drainage system. So many of our infill areas don't have an interlock drainage system, so you've got to drain to a gutter, or if that's not available, then you need to get an easement through adjoining property to then be able to make it to a street at back. So the only times we would be considering the use is where a conventional gravity system would not be able to be installed because downhill. Okay.
Thank you. I agree. I realise that, and to go and retrofit some of those infill areas is really good, but nowhere does that say that. It says the introduction of a pilot program for a 2-year period to test the practicality of the concept. It doesn't say in certain areas or perhaps it needs something added there to make that clear that it's not going to be willy-nilly used wherever. I think
Please
that's,
scroll to that could certainly be explored through the report.
Sorry, thank you, Adam. Mr Mayor, thank you, Adam, for that explanation. I'd ask the mover of the motion if Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan should consider putting words there to the effect of that Adam said in wherever, because you wouldn't want this, the way it sits there now, it could be anywhere and it might be much less of a charge. It might be the cheapest way out for some places where conventional stormwater system could be in there. I would want to have something in there before I could support it, saying that it's just in the areas where you cannot, it isn't practicable to insert, to install where we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can Michelle comment on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. We could amend this to say the use of to consider the option of the use of charge pipes for dealing with stormwater drainage in the low medium density residential zone, which is where medium density development is intended to occur, and for sites that slope away from the street.
Happy with that. Thank you very much. Thanks, Adam.
Councillor Cole and then Councillor Sommerfield.
Mr Chair, my feeling about this motion is it's somewhat rather prescriptive. I'm at a loss. I haven't been involved in the discussions in formulating these dot points. Talking about respect that was mentioned before. The thing that I think we should be doing is there could be other measures that we could consider as a council, as a council as a whole, in seeing how we might be able to assist the immediate situation. And I urge with caution put anything prescriptive into motions because we're locked in as a council to consider those parameters in any deliberations moving forward, whether it be information session unpacking these. I would much rather see a more general motion that we progress with a view to a report being submitted to council in June, as the officers have already given that commitment. So the very reason why these are being, this point D was brought up and there's already been an amendment on the fly as suggested by the officer, and nothing against the officer doing that, but it's the very reason why we need to have a universal appreciation and understanding of these issues. So I would much rather see us have a more general motion covering on the intent of this rather than a prescriptive type thing that's been formulated in a meeting somewhere.
Councillor Sommerfield.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm along the same lines. As I said in the previous debate that we had, I feel that it should just be that planning options be put on the table at an information session so that we can understand. This is basically telling us what we should be looking at. I don't want that. I want to know what options are available to us from the officers who would have an idea of all the different, there has to be flexibility and we don't have that in this. And I want to hear what the officers think would be good recommendations. They've been doing this for a long time. They're very experienced. And I'd appreciate having an information session where they outline all the different options that are available to us, not just the ones provided in A, C and D. I just think that it's too restrictive and we need to open it up so that we can all understand what options are there and what we think are going to be the best ones to alleviate the stress in this area.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I agree, Councillor Summerfield, but this is in conversation with the development industry and the big bodies as to the things that's coming from them. I'm happy enough to put on there any other options that the council sees fit. But just in respect to your comment, Councillor Carl, these were distributed to you on Thursday, so you had ample opportunity to put your input into.
Of which, point of order, Mr Mayor, of which I was out of all coverage on Thursday morning early. I was not in mobile coverage. You didn't consider it the day before Easter break. Seems like it was rushed to me. And as far as conversation with the sector, that's open to interpretation and subjective as to what the priorities are, because you obviously were in a meeting discussing those, aside from me, otherwise you would, they're formulated in points A, B, C and D.
We've had a number of meetings with the Development Industry Association, and these have been spoken about a number of times. Have you brought it out to whatever it is that whatever you think is going to be sort of better suggestions? I guess my imperative is to just get something happening and putting a time frame on it.
Could I respond, please?
Just for a response, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that it's important that we hear from the development industry, but we have to see it from the council eyes. And we have to understand what it means for our ratepayers. And therefore, that's why we need to hear from our staff, and I want to see it broad. So I'd like to get rid of A, B, C and D and just have that we have an information session that will assist us in assisting the development industry remove the stresses that they are currently enduring, whatever the wording is. But I don't want to have it prescriptive like that. I want it to be open so that we can open to all ideas, not just a few.
Councillor Shine.
Just a quick one. I just wondering what's envisaged to be the infrastructure charges discount. What 50% like the in A, or what would it be?
Through you, Chair, a report that would come back to Council would have to consider options for a infrastructure charges discount to be applied for medium density development. In the past, Council has had what they call a temporary urban consolidation incentives policy, and that policy incentivised small lot housing, it incentivised unit development and dual occupancy development. Since that time, and there was, I should say that there was strong uptake for that incentive that did increase medium density development for a period of time. And then that incentive ceased. In terms of whether that will apply to all of those forms of development, that is something that could be considered in a report. It could also consider the number of applications that have existing approvals and have not yet been acted upon and have not yet lapsed. So we are aware of several hundred approvals for medium density development that have 5 or more units. And that's certainly the scale that the UDIA discussions have indicated would be a potential incentive for 5 or more units as an option. But there are over 300 units now. Obviously, some of the things that Council may wish to consider are both the financial impacts of a infrastructure charges discount, because we still need to provide infrastructure for our community. And the other aspects of that would be to understand what the community impacts might be, because since the previous incentive policy there has been changes made to the planning scheme. So there could be consideration about options, whether that applies to only certain medium density development in certain zones, for example, or whether there is a desire to enable or incentivise existing approvals that may not be consistent with the current policy, but are nonetheless lawful approvals that haven't been acted upon to also be incentivised. So there are a range of options within that incentives that we could cover off in an information session with you and also bring forward in a report.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mayor. I wonder if at the top there, Kirsten, we could, so to sort of alleviate some of the fears about this being too prescriptive, whether we could say something like, to outline the following but not limited to. That provides you with any more comfort about broadening it out.
Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thanks. Look, I suppose if I could, I'd actually like to second the motion that's up there. And I think that here we are, we've met time after time, year after year with the development industry. We're starting to acknowledge that there are things that can be done. They've asked that we look at some of these things. We've got a motion saying we look at some of these things after an information session. We are letting the idea of bureaucracy drag it down and go back to the starting point once again and say we want all options on the table for the update time. This is a proactive measure to acknowledge the angst and to start to get some things happening as a result of this. I think the last motion meant well, but it was incomplete, and this one that's done the homework, met with everyone and has the full range of things. I think we need to get on and do this and start looking at ways we can facilitate proper development within our PIA, the emerging zone, and get that stuff happening. And so for that reason, I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm assuming Councillor Harris-Sullivan, you've moved it.
Point of order, Mr Chair, and that is that Councillor Tim said he would second the one prior to these amendments, so we need to clarify that he's happy to.
No, I said on this motion.
Well, you said that you didn't want to go back and have an information.
Talking about this morning.
No, I didn't. I said there was already a motion brought. I was happy with it, but I think this one is in more detail, and I'm happy to second this motion.
Contradicts what you're saying, but thank you.
No, it doesn't.
Right. Well, we've got a mover, we've got a seconder. Councillor Harris-Sullivan, we'll move into some sort of debate, please.
Oh, Mr Mayor, I think the biggest problem that we've had, and I mentioned it this morning, is housing. So people can't get a house, they can't, the rental vacancy is so low. So we have one part of the industry pushing that that's a land supply problem, and then the industry groups giving us this advice that these are the ways that we think that you can alleviate some of the housing crisis, because we know that if we increase medium density, that 50% of that then goes on to be rental stock. So, but we also know that we got burned really badly last time we had an incentive scheme, and some of the outcomes there were really terrible, and we're kind of afraid of that, I guess. But this is something that, this is constructive, this is going from feedback from industry, but also being really mindful of how the community feels about it. But, we're constantly pounded by council needs to do something about housing, and this is our way of taking that first step and looking at it and having a time frame around it as well.
Thank you. A speaker against the motion in its current form. Councillor, was it Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with the sentiments that have been spoken around the table, particularly yours, Councillor Harris-Sullivan, in regards to the urgent need for housing, most definitely. And we've sat around the table, talking to industry and talking to housing groups, and there is a vital need for that. So I'm all supportive of that. But I can't support a motion that says providing a 50% reduction in operational work fees when we've got no comparative information, and we are also, and in C, infrastructure charges discount for medium density residential. That's very vague to me. We are here getting public monies. I spoke with the chair of planning and development last week or the week before, and tried to get some information on the infrastructure charges and do they actually cover what is paid by the developer? Does that actually cover the cost to council of implementing stormwater, roads, footpaths, green space? And he said no, that it actually costs more than double of the capped fee that we actually charge developers. So I'm all for incentive, but we have to be very clear when we are voting for a motion, when we are committing public monies and committing our community to subsidising subdivisions that in a motion that isn't clear. So that's, I cannot support the motion in its entirety here. And I will go back to this motion and the wording of having an information session with a report due in June, wholeheartedly support that. But I can't support this motion for the reasons that I've outlined.
A speaker for the motion.
Mayor, can I just ask a question, please?
A question, Councillor Blondhoff.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to Michelle. In the previous matter we were discussing, there was a question asked of you about whether, I think it was by Councillor Carol Taylor, about whether additional resources would have to be sought for this work for the previous motion. Could you just, same question for this one, please?
Thank you, Councillor Blondhoff. In terms of the additional work required by officers, there is still additional work required to address these matters in an information session and a report to council. It's one that would be shared across the department to gather that information and provide that back to council. And I guess as part of that, we would need to understand what the operational costs are in terms of foregone revenue as part of preparing the report, as well as any implementation of this. I think my comment this morning was about the rate of development that we are seeing in our region, which has been higher than the historic average. And so the implementation of this from a development services and development engineering perspective are likely to be felt regardless if those economic circumstances continue to prevail for the coming months. So in terms of preparing a report, an information session and report to council for this, we would need to look at the impact of the operational works fees, and I have some preliminary information, so I believe that that is achievable. The same level of work would be required to prepare and consider the temporary local planning instrument. We do have some learnings available to us from the previous temporary urban consolidation incentives policy that we can draw on to help inform the information session and subsequent report to council, and look at the charges that are in place and have been gathered in that past incentive. And finally, the report for consideration on the charge types does require some additional investigation. The reason why that one was specifically drawn out by the development industry is that the charge type is actually a specific performance outcome in the medium density code as a specific item, and that is the reason why they have highlighted that as an option for consideration as part of this suite of options.
Okay, thank you. So unlike the last one, where you, I believe, said you would have to outsource the submission for the temporary local planning instrument application to the minister, for this motion, you don't believe that that would be the case?
No, Councillor Blondhoff, I believe we would still need to outsource the component, which is the temporary local planning instrument. It's the same level of work. The other information is information that is available to us internally, and could be obtained through the resources that we have available. We may wish to seek some external advice in relation to the charge pipes, but there is, I guess, case studies and information that officers may be able to obtain from other councils who implement that system.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield, you wish to be speaking for the motion, or are you just asking a question?
I do want
We're
to
in debate.
I do want to speak for the motion, but I'm just uncomfortable with where we've just landed there from Michelle, and no reflection on you, Michelle, is that my concern, which I expressed earlier, was that with those 4 things listed in there, that's all it will be focused on, and that's all that's been outlined by Michelle because that's what was asked of her. However, with that very first, the top one, which is the amendment, the most important part of that resolution that needs to be up here on the screen, it's saying that It's scheduled, report presented for consideration to outline the following but not limited to. But not limited to is the important bit. I'm happy to support it so long as the staff have the capability of delivering an information session that includes but not limited to. I don't want us to have an information session just on A, B, C and D. I want us to understand all the options that are available to us as tools to assist the development industry in our communities, have land available for sale so they can build houses on them and live in them. I want to make sure that our staff have that capability, that but not limited to is actually adhered to. And as I said, Michelle, no reflection on you. You were dealing with those A, B, C and D, which is what you were really asked to do. But we need to make sure that it embraces more than just those. I'm happy to support it if we do adhere to the but not limited to.
Okay, and you're happy to speak, you're speaking for it, you have spoken for it. Does anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Carl? Unless, Michelle, you'd like to respond to some of Councillor Summerfield's. I would have thought an information session would throw just about everything on the table, and I'm particularly interested in the 50% reduction in operational works fees and what impact that would have on our finances. But I'd imagine I would have the faith in our community, in our organisation, to actually put that on the table. All those sort of things. So maybe we're a bit different there. But, yeah, exactly. Well,
so it's saying that we're going to do it.
No, it's not saying we're going to do it. It's going to have to be in the information session for us to make a decision on, ultimately.
To outline the plan, but not limited to. So it's going to outline what it means.
Yeah, outline what it means, but it won't be a decision-making process in an information session.
So, but we're raising expectation. Yep.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you,
Something
Chair.
left for you to talk about.
Mayor, can I just ask if people are speaking, can they please press the microphone button, because otherwise I don't hear a word.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think the suggestions in this recommendation were about an immediate sort of short-term option. There are many more actions that Council could consider as part of a broader suite of activity, some of which would be more timely, more time-consuming from a processing point of view, and that may be things like revisiting the standards and the codes of our scheme. For example, it may require us to consider, as a result of the growth plan, how we're going to implement that. Council already has a process that it has embarked on, so you've undertaken a review of the planning scheme and the local government infrastructure plan. Council has resolved to prepare a new planning scheme, and it's resolved to prepare a local government infrastructure plan. There are some longer term actions or medium term actions that could be considered as part of that process. If there was a desire to bring some of those actions forward, for example, doing a further review of the codes and standards beyond what's indicated here, then that would have some resourcing implications. But I do believe you've already set that process in place, and we could come to you with a more rounded suite of options through that process, as well as dealing with perhaps some of the shorter term options that have been listed in this motion today.
Thanks, Michelle. Councillor Carl, you wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, Chair. I think the horse has bolted, but one of the comments I wanted to make was about, as I've said before, this is overly prescriptive and unnecessarily potentially raising expectations when we don't understand the implications of it. And further to that, I would have thought that this was probably a little bit of an inappropriate discussion to have, considering there are financial implications to Council, and that is normally held under the banner of confidential discussion. So I would think the CEO would advise us on that. But I go back to my original comments. Possibly, not possibly, overly prescriptive, and as I suspected, a short-term reaction without holistically understanding the implications, as other councils have reasonably raised. There are ways and means to go about implementing sustainable measures, and I for one have witnessed an incentive program that in hindsight turned out absolutely disastrous, and we're left with legacy impacts, and namely dual occupancies and incentives that happened there. So let's please not make the same mistakes. The only way we learn is by doing something different and not the same thing repetitively. So that's why I speak against the motion. But I am concerned that the discussion, in my view, is out of order, and there's been enough said here for me to make the assumption that we're setting expectations, and it's about financial implications to council, which we should have it's appropriate to discuss those in the right forums, and I don't believe this one is.
Councillor Tim, you wish to speak for the motion?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, this very clearly at the top, and we've had issues about it being too prescriptive or issues about it being committing public money at this stage. This motion is about an information session followed by a report. Now that's the report that we'll be deciding on this after we've been adequately briefed. Of course, I don't think anyone here wants to go providing 50% reduction right now until we're briefed on it, we get the facts, and it comes to a report. But what I would like to say is that this motion to me goes a long way in acknowledging the angst of the general public and the development of the community that council is against development or we don't have enough available land. And I certainly acknowledge, I'm going to call it the discrepancy in the amount of blocks that council says they have and the development industry says are actually available. And there is a huge discrepancy. No one's to blame, it's just different ways of looking at things. Here we are doing active steps in place to bring the development industry in and say, this is what you're after, this is what we can look at. And I look very forward to us being briefed properly and then bringing this to a report. We can say no for a bureaucratic reason for anything in this room, I really think, but I welcome this as proactive things that we can do to start the ball rolling, to get some sort of a faith restored from the development community in this chamber and in council as a whole, that we are coming to the party, we are playing ball. And so I appreciate the input of the words not limited to, there may be other amazing ideas. And I appreciate that this isn't public funds today. This is an info session followed by a report in June. And so I'm very happy to second Councillor O'Hara's Holden's motion. Thanks, Chair.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Carroll.
Mr. Mayor. Available land doesn't necessarily morph into more affordable housing, and that's a bit of a furphy that's been quite ignored. Although I do support an information session with information on how we can best assist in both areas, the community and the development industry. But I don't believe it should inform us on costs, impacts, and where we go from there. And I believe it should happen without flagging something that we don't know if we can afford and we don't know what the impacts on it are. So I can't support it, I'm sorry, and I think we are raising expectation. We may find, we've got, this council's going to lose $8 million over 3 years, and then we're just sitting here thinking about this. Is this good financial management? We don't know how that's going to impact on our community, our roads and all other things, yet we're flagging a 50% reduction in operational works for a period of 12 months when we don't know what that means to this organisation. So I cannot support it.
Thank you. A speaker for? If not, would you like to sum up, please, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate everyone's input this afternoon. I suppose one person's setting expectations is another person's responding to feedback and trying to be proactive and do something. And I agree with Councillor Taylor that housing does not translate into land. It's quite a similar topic, but they're not mutually exclusive. So I would urge you to support this because we are just looking at our options, looking at the financial options and then making a decision from there. But at the moment, we just go back to, I guess, not really doing anything much except hearing the angst from the community about the housing stress and not being proactive in how we go about trying to solve those problems. Or not solve the problems, but work with industry, because industry are the people who build it, the community are the people who live with it, but we need to find that balance to get the right, find the line so that people have a housing choice and it's affordable for the community.
Thanks very much. We'll have closed the debate. I will now ask for a vote. Those in favour of this resolution? Those against? The resolution is carried. Record your votes. Those who voted against wish to have your vote recorded. Okay, Councillor Melissa and Councillor Carroll. You want yours recorded, Councillor? Okay. Right. Well, is there any other business that Council determines by resolution that you wish to bring forward at this point in time? Councillor Tibb.
Chair, I think I need permission, but I'd like to seek permission of this chamber to bring forward a motion concerning the letter that was distributed this morning, please.
Councillor Tim, I've received that letter too, and I will be responding to that letter as a part of my mayoral correspondence. In the not too distant future, I can answer those questions, and I will be responding to that letter to the 4 people who signed it.
Okay, but we have a motion that we discussed it today, and I'd like to revisit that.
Well, what I'm telling you now is that I'll be responding to that letter. It was addressed to me, and I'll be responding.
Well, that's kind of what my motion would hope to do, but there is a motion on the
Well,
book.
if you want to bring a motion forward, that's fine.
Well, thanks, Chair. So do I need a seconder to bring a motion forward, or can I just bring it?
Yes. No, you need someone to second it. It needs to be voted on that you can bring something forward.
You need a motion that you can bring something forward in respect to that
I'd
particular
like
subject.
to move a motion that I can bring a motion forward, please.
Is there a second for that? Councillor James O'Shea, those in favour? Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4 against. Those in favour? 6, and that's 6-4 here. Councillor Von Hoff, your vote?
I'm happy for Councillor McMahon to bring an issue forward.
You're happy to bring it forward? Right.
Yeah, if Councillor McMahon wants to raise something.
Thanks, Chair. I'll bring the motion.
Could I just call a division of the vote?
The motion you wish to bring forward is?
Sorry, yeah, Chair. Councillor Bill wanted a division of the vote. It was 1, 2, 3, 4 against.
May very well be extremely important in the future.
But, Mayor, sorry, we don't know what Councillor McMahon wants to bring forward, correct? There's no motion forward.
He wants to bring a motion forward in respect to the letter that I received this morning, which I'll be dealing with as mayoral correspondence. I've made it very clear that I'll be responding to that letter. In regard to the reappointment of the CEO. Okay, can we just stop for a moment and see who voted against this matter coming forward? Councillor Carroll has, Councillor Bill has, Councillor Nancy has, and Councillor Melissa has. It will have to go into confidential, Mr. Scott.
So I'll bring my motion, Chair.
Well, the motion has to be in open session, but if there's discussion that may be to the detriment of anyone, then it goes back into the closed.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you usually hear first and then vote outside confidential. But if we're going to discuss this, it needs to be confidential.
Well, at the moment, it's being brought forward to be discussed. That's the way I see it. and it will be brought forward in confidential for discussion.
So thank you, Chair. Can I bring my motion now? Is that, we've got permission to do it?
Yep, we've got permission to do it.
Thank you. So my motion is this: Council does not discuss or bring forward this morning's confidential letter, which was A, addressed solely to the Mayor, and B, not distributed until well after it was brought forward.
Just a moment, wait till we get that down in front of us, please. And B?
Not distributed until well after it was brought forward. Until the necessity of doing so, I know so that this is not C, this is, until the necessity of doing so has been discussed outside of council. Sounds like we'll get to work on wording with Councillor Carroll.
As discussed
Until we decide we need to bring it to the council chambers, I would say. Until it's decided that it needs to be brought, I'm happy for the last sentence.
Would you not put until it's discussed by councillors?
No, because I don't think it needs to be discussed by all councillors.
Okay, there's a motion there ahead of you, in front of you. It's moved by Councillor Tim.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
My question is, what does Councillor Tim mean by discussed outside of council?
Until those who the letter was addressed to have decided it's appropriate to be brought to a whole council chamber meeting. I don't think this morning was appropriate at all.
What I will certainly be doing is responding when I have the time to actually read the letter and go back to the people who work with me on the process and actually confirm the things that were done. So I have a motion before you.
Clarification.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to try and understand Councillor Tim's motion here. I'm having difficulty. Is he trying to suggest that councillors can't attach information in relation to business arising? That's what I'm trying to understand. Does he feel that we're not allowed to raise business arising out of a meeting? Because that's all that was this morning. And I've raised business arising out of minutes previously. I haven't had to tell anyone else I was doing it. It's just a normal procedure. So I'm just trying to get clarification from Councillor Tim. I really don't understand this motion. Is he saying that he doesn't want the correspondence attached to the minutes? That's what I need to know.
Oh, I'll happily answer, and thanks, Councillor Summerfield. I have no issue with correspondence attached to the minutes, and if it was that, it would have been adequately recorded in that section of the meeting. It wasn't correspondence at all. It was a whole another issue brought forward that I was quite offended that it was brought in that matter into this public chamber. No one knew what we were talking about. Then he wanted us to note a letter that of confidential nature that no one had ever seen and attach it as part of the minutes of a previous meeting. I was quite offended by the whole process, and now we want...
Point of order, we weren't trying to attach it to the previous
Well,
minutes.
I'll finish.
Point of order.
It's not a point of order.
No, you spoke, you took that totally out of context. We're not trying to attach anything to previous minutes. It's business arising, which is the appropriate measure to raise business arising from a previous meeting.
Chair, I'll continue. I believe if it was business arising, it would have been recorded in that section of the minutes of today's meeting, and it wasn't. All I'm saying is that it was brought forward. Myself, I can only speak for that I was quite offended it was brought forward. And then we were going to spend time this afternoon in confidential discussing it. Now, it's a letter that I still haven't taken the time to sit down and properly study. and as a result, I really feel that we delay it until the appropriate parties who it is addressed to have read it. Then we can come back and we can talk about it if we feel like we need to at the appropriate time. I just think really everything we stand for in here was someone was taking the mickey as well, if I could be so blunt.
Councillor McMahon, you've moved the motion. Is there a second for the motion, please?
I'd like to just make a slight comment if I could, if Councillor McMahon's. The bottom two things are actually reasons why you've put forward the motion. The motion really needs to be just full stop after Councillor M. Taylor. The reasons you put forward are there. The Council doesn't need to discuss it. It's addressed to the Mayor. The Mayor will then deal with it in the normal procedure. The reasons you've got there are just, that's really a reason. So I'm happy to second it.
So you want the reasons for the motion that's left there as reasons for the motion?
That's how I understand Councillor McMahon's reasons to put that up there. So I'm
Yeah,
happy
as
to
long as
second
the
it.
reasons could still stay there, they don't have to form part of the motion.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Jeff.
Anybody wishing to speak against that motion? Not. You wish to sum up, Councillor Tim?
No, thanks, Chair.
Can I simply say at the outset that I will be responding to that letter by way of normal correspondence when I have the resources in my office to actually do that and to check all the information that is around. I will do that. So I'll close the debate. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Councillor Von Hoff?
Yes, Mayor.
Are you for or against the motion in front of you?
You will be, the letter was addressed to you, Mayor, so you will be dealing with the contents of that motion. So I'm in favour of Councillor McMahon's motion.
Okay, so those who voted against, would you please signify again? Councillor Bill, you made up your mind? You are against? You and Councillor Summerfield are against? Wish to have your vote recorded? Vote recorded? Councillor Melissa, you were for the motion?
There's nothing in there.
Okay. So that's 2 against and the balance 4. So the motion is carried. Right. Is there any other matter that anyone wishes to bring forward before we close the meeting? Someone move that we go into closed session, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor McDonald, those in favour? It's carried. Right. Item 16, which is Confidential Planning and Environment Report 878 of 2020. Develop an application for a development permit for a material change of use impact service station and car wash in stages at Lot 2, New England Highway Crow's Nest on Lot 2 of RP 151087. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. The acting principal is just not here with us at the moment. Is it possible for me to arrange for him to come to be able to answer questions about this item?
Oh, he will be coming here in a moment?
Yes, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that
So-
hadn't quite picked that this one was coming up. Is it possible?
All councillors, is it going to take long for them to get here? I think I might pop Brian on straight This motion is item 16, Planning and Environment Court Appeal. I'll wait your... Councillor O'Shea, you've moved.
Yeah, I can move.
Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Those in favour? Councillor Von Hoff, your vote in respect to this one?
Opposed.
Opposed. Those against? 1, 2, 3.
Sorry.
Councillor Cole, you're not voting?
No, sorry, my mistake, I'm voting against that.
Yep,
Sorry, my mistake, I'm voting against that recommendation.
Right. Well, that vote is 6 in favour and 5 against. And the motion is carried.
Could we have a division of the vote, please, Mayor?
Division on the vote. Those voted against. Those who voted against, I don't want to know. That's all. And Councillor Von Hoff voted against as well, the division. Yeah, that's right. Right, that motion is carried. Move then to item 17, Chief Executive Officer's Monthly Report, progress on implementing organisational culture improvement initiatives. Do I have a mover? Councillor Tim, a second to Councillor Megan. Those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Move then to matter of Councillor O'Shea, more broad expression of interest and document for the Neil Street Central Car Park. That's very clearly expressions of interest. I'll put that as a mover. Councillor O'Shea has moved, Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded that. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Do you wish to have it recorded, Councillor Carroll? Councillor Von Hoff?
I voted in favour.
Voted in favour. Councillor Shine? Favour. Okay. So that is carried. The next matter is, Councillor Shine, the matter that you brought forward in regard to that land and the recommendation authorise the CEO to negotiate that land. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Shea has moved recommendation. Councillor McMahon has seconded the recommendation. Put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Von Hoff, your vote, please.
Against.
Against. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That makes 6 against. That motion is lost.
I'd like to move an alternate motion.
Alternate motion? It's okay.
That a replacement fence designated in yellow on the plans. That replacement fence designated, not is, but designated yellow on the plan, are being constructed. I think it covers it.
That's moved by Councillor Shine. You're specific about buying the land or anything of that nature?
No, what I want to achieve is that we the fence. So I don't want to see anything good.
Okay. You've seconded that, Councillor Cole.
Yes. It would infer that the usual sharing of costs between co-owners would apply. I don't think it's necessary.
So that's your motion, that the replacement boundary fence designated in yellow on the plan be constructed. We have moved by Councillor Shine, second by.
Can I just ask a question now? The question is in regard to the motion for access to water infrastructure, as to whether that will be impeded. Is that as part of the original motion?
Access to water infrastructure.
I don't know whether that can be spoken about in open session, but
That was one of the matters that was discussed.
perhaps General Manager of Water might be able to make comment on that, whether this motion that's been put forward as an alternate motion will impact on that access in any way.
I don't think it resolves it for you. You just have to keep them.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Jeff.
Just before you start, just being careful, this was a confidential item, so I'm not sure how much detail you can go into.
Operationally, it won't resolve our issue with access to our infrastructure. We continue to operate at price.
Thank you. So perhaps this needs a broader discussion, Councillor Shine, and could be deferred perhaps. So I don't think there was a timeline.
Good idea.
I don't think there was a timeline based on what we'd heard, other than there's a level of urgency for the owner to keep discussions going. That's the last one.
I would support that.
Defer
So,
further consideration.
So this particular motion, would the mover and the second be comfortable with that?
Deferred to a future, that's right.
That was one of the main reasons.
As a mover, would you be happy with that, Councillor Shine?
Yes, I am.
As a seconder, Councillor Carl? In that case, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried. Now, I've just received information that we may well have to go back into confidential to consider another matter.
As long as it's forward.
How long will this take, Michelle? No idea. Sorry?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Are you comfortable to go for that 5 minute extra now?
If it's in confidential, I will have to go into closed for confidential.
Someone like to move that we go into closed session, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Melissa Taylor, those in favour? It's carried. Everything up there, Angus? Angus? Councillor O'Shea? You moved? I can't hear that. Yep.
All those in favour?
Bill, on the right. Those in favour? Right. Okay, councillor, it's been a very long and quite a hectic day. Some interesting matters have come forward. Thank you very much for being part of it. Thanks to our senior staff and all of our staff, in fact, who are here. Thanks to Brian and the team. Can I just, once again, thank each and every one of you in advance for the efforts that you're going to be putting in on Anzac Day for your communities. I think it's a very special day in the calendar. So thank you very much in advance for all of that. With that, I will close the meeting.